Alright, hello, how y'all doing today? I'm Federico, welcome to the channel. Starting in just a second. So looks like they finally put this game I've been waiting for on PlayStation. And it's on sale, so it was like $5 off. So we get to finally at some point play Crime Scene Cleaner when we catch up with the gachas and other stuff. May take a little time before we get to it, but we'll get to it. Today we're going to finish off the 14 of farming and at least progress to the next relic stage, and then we'll see what we get to. We didn't get to log into the gachas yesterday, but we should be able to do that today. Crime Scene Cleaner. Once you get tangled with the mob, you'll forever be a part of the mob. Alright. So I'll see you after the ad. We will get started. Logging in. Hit. We had to, as we finished yesterday, that we didn't get to see. Menu follows. They don't seem like bots. Especially this one. And it's nice for the slight recognition that she followed. Alright. We just have literally one option here. One more. And we're done with Alma grinding for this expansion. Unlike all the other ones where Alma grinding is part of a stat per the relic, this one is a one-time pre-farming before you actually get to farm. And some spicy street tacos earlier from Jalapeno, so let's start it. We'll go ahead some fun. Please make adjustments time. Where to? Top left is almost done, so let's go there. As we finish posting.
pop the farmer and then over the feathers.
Douchebags just going straight to the experience bonus fades. It's the multi. There isn't a keep without teleporting. The back does. One more. Alright, so we can start buying the minions and stuff from here. I think we got everything in the other room. We got Rena. Two songs. And nothing else really useful here. Yep, she was the one I chose to get for... Yep, I got her weapon a long time ago from the standard banner. Well, she's a thunder character, so... Alright, let's see how long we need for this. Nearby, let's do the peddler and then we'll move up. I get to the rescue. Y'all conveniently spawn in that same spot. And 11, 12, 15. Or 16. Now we go southwest. Just one bite is all I need. That's no good. Hey, Desert Cat. Alcatel friendly. Slime liver pantalettes. Wind silk Cody. Left of the Lido booty shorts. Turn solo be a Dawntrail A rank, and I was passing by and I got hit by the big enemy. Nice rankum. Nice rankum, baby. Shut up, you can, be romantic one. Be romantic doesn't mean you don't get far, baby. Frank kind of mean ain't romantic. Like a piece of slice on top of another piece of slice, you still has two slices. However, like a lasagna on top of a lasagna, you only have one lasagna. Depression. Alexander, the actual Alexander. Multi-pass. Auric long-skirted casting. Void Moon coda casting. Cute little cat card. Wearing Bavarian tights. I'm sorry, yes, their clothes made dress. Any device. Percent durability already. Love you. Nindong bird. Let's work on the music. This one's close. Alright, cross country again. Got it, lucky PG. have enough time for the anger. We can pop it now too. Again, still need one opera. Finish the set. 17 out of 18. I think having skills. boss, so let's go through this here first. Red alerts. So we'll deal with that once we start getting more relic stuff. moving over there. Convoy of lights. Lawn server's skirts. Denim jacket bending. First thing. I'll have load your friends for stop it. So what about your enemy? You're an enemy. Alright. Take advantage of my friends by being completely and total brat poison. You have to go somewhere. Who's a misery? Some of these zones don't really have much. Some, like this one, only has like 2 songs, and that's it. I already put out the minions and stuff from all the other zones. The ones I already have maxed out. We're gonna go to Reaping. me before, like, what exactly is killing them? It's like, oh, they're dying literally from that many attacks of poison. Maybe when it can, like it... I don't remember if it gets an end sooner or not, but I don't think it does.
At the very least, you can put a region. Yeah, but
Because at that point, I put it on healer and just I try to do AoE curing, but it's not. The problem too is like it doesn't move unless it's like because the funny thing here is they're literally just dying from the stacks of poison. That one's only 3, so it should survive. Oh wait, two-part big cushion hangs in the air, yeah. When it eats all the shrooms. Cat hunter. Almost done. Full circle. And everyone else in the area seems to have disappeared. Do, 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 do. BLT, bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Lettuce and tomato. Got it. In the previous one. Now we can leave. As green, deliver everything to Gerald. How much currency do we have? We should be getting close to the cap again, 1100. So more enough to have the 600 for the next step. Stop. Devotion, wedding panties, and Cody. Thank you. Thank you. Get me to play depending on who you're at. Can't even tell she's wearing the wedding mini skirt. Both these items are good. Sounds like a scam.
Okay, what is this scam? What do you want?
That's what the person replied. Crystal, cool, lots of crafting. Hey, those are actually pants. Alright, so to the docks.
I can't see that small cat.
Alright. Boulder Codex. Trash. Scholar. New Kingdom Trampa. That's the fancier weapon. All the outfit are hot, the weapons aren't so much. It's basically a monk glove with spikes on it. And I'm getting the last one from one of those turn-in dates. It's just halfway through another one, like, oh, it popped up. Haven't been in this area in a while. Clothes and tights. Actually, no, that's the linen. T-shirt wear, high cut shirt. That's the Phantom Cleavers Gray. 760 is the current one yet, so I heard they added the glow. That was a nice part about the relic. That we had to get to build a weapon first before we got the glow. Channel has a Alchana ate there into the smithing process, like which none in the realm has ever seen. I reckon I need at least 6 kinds of the material, 3 of each to be sure my work is foolproof. Progress at last. Build rats are withholding the rum until I finish me work. I'd be itching to start. There they all are. You did well, lad. These are potent samples indeed. Time to start imbuing me tools. You have to make good tools so you can actually make the relics.
Okay, what are those doing? Not on your freaking
Wahahaha. My knees are right here, Bunny. They're not underneath my legs. He's got his relic hammer. Again, knees are right here in the middle of the leg, Bunny, not underneath the leg. No matter how many weapons I craft, the material won't lose its potency. Don't worry about having to scrounge around for any more of that stuff.
No, look.
Alright, you best get ready for me to feed of a genius.
There's no legs up in the air. I just
The material obtained. Phantom weapons. I think you're fucking stuck. Why is it goddamn stuck every single fucking time? There you go. Stupid thing about stuck.
What was like that? The camera is frozen.
I just did it again.
Oh my god, the camera goes.
Activates.
Because I have on the camera not good.
Not working.
The camera is stuck saying.
Guess this camera's probably almost dead now. 3 years of just being there.
How long do you have that camera?
I think it's 5 years.
5 years, wow.
Probably more. I haven't used it in a while.
Alright, so now it seems to work. Plugged it, restarted it.
So bad.
Somewhere else. Assorted the materials imbued the girl's tools with potent magics, energies. All that remains is weapon enhancement process itself. There's a big booty girl and the tight little linens. Now that we have he has our weapons. No, she's an elven girl. Takes a godly pair of hands to wring the magic out of a hammer. This godly pair of hands, in particular. Those are the relic weapons. While completing a quest forging a phantasmal, you'll receive phantasmal weapon for Dark Knight. Yep. Forging a phantasmal. This Dawntrail is eager to bring Geralt to bring his plans to fruition. Yep, they were holding the rum until he does his part, as he drank most of the rum on the island. Now that the tools is up to snuff, it's time for her to put Geralt to work. Right, let's talk about raw materials. I'm gonna need to channel this ambient aether. I need something capable of harnessing that power. As I mentioned, the owls will provide on that front. You've dug up plenty of arcanite, am I right? Aye, but there's only one minor itch. Arena's, of course, House of Splendors, rightfully owns anything remotely valuable we dig up. Those were the items for securing financial backing, apparently. Owing her more money, as he's always in her debt. Of course, they were the ones who recommended you so highly. And we recognize that booty. Oh, that's not her. My name is Emina, and I represent the House of Arena's House of Splendors. As the gentleman rightly states, our concern is to invest a significant capital into this endeavor. In return, we claim ownership of materials acquired during the course of the expedition. Should a particular resource be of interest, please don't hesitate to inquire. Current market rate is 500 elegant tomestones of heliometry for a single piece of arcanite. I shall be here whenever you wish to make a purchase. Of course. And of course we're going to need Poly 3, right? There's nothing like a coiling, stinking business to crush a man's enthusiasm for the craft. I need 3 bleeding chunks. Someone else have to get ready to forge while I stoke my own fire back up. You master artisans are all so temperamental. Dorokuli. At your service. I'm a metallurgist by trade, and quite capable of handling preparations of Geralt's stead. Once you gather sufficient arcanite, please do hand over your collection to me. Alright, we haven't spent any currency, so we should have enough to buy 3. And it's typically the previous currency, not the main currency, as that will take weeks to get. There you go. Booty. Or bulge. There are curves. Other curves. Funny girl. Sleep is for people who have lives who have their lives together. Falconer's bottom. Falcon off tight aim. And the ninja shirt. Bagel shirt. Alright, where is the vendor? She should be here somewhere. That RP and her cronies think they can siphon all the materials and minerals out of this rock? Not on my watch. They ain't. I'll use the very last scrap. We're gonna hold a 3-piece arcanite, pass them along the Doku. See the power for genius weaponsmith can be our spliff. I mean, Ermina in the Phantom Village. So she's here somewhere. In the beginning, when it works smallest, just speak to me once you have the arcanite. Ah, there she is. And of course, most of the people in her employ are women. 3 chunks of this. Yep, from the previous currency. 2, 3. Swimsuit girl. There, I presume I have enough Arcanite? Arcanite! Strange ore warped by the abundant aether permeating the occult crescent. Wonderful! I shall ready the ore before handing the reins over to Gerald himself. And the forge is hot right there, we can see that. And 2 bot. Or the same bot again twice. There you go. A shimmering, shifting multi-layer mesh of aether made malleable, channeling the expert precision. Behold the pinnacle of weapon fabrication, the phantom guillotine Prenombre. What a beauty, not bad for a rum-soaked good for nothing. Impressed, I. Truth ain't much more than a proof of concept to use for the resources available. Using our resources available. With a bit of refinement and higher grade materials, I'll be achieving more stupendous feats of genius. Hey, it's a little Tommy. Well, I'll say you better pique my intellectual curiosity. Want me to enhance your weapon too, eh? Still basking in the glow of the sheer brilliance. I'll do you right a good deal. Oh, nothing so involved as that, you see. I found a kitchen knife on the sarcophagus when I woke up. Now he's a full tomberry, or sheath. The point is dull to a disappointing nub, quite unsuited for jabbing and thrusting. Perhaps you'd be willing to sharpen the blade for me? The ear knife restored to its former stabbing glory. There'll be none of that. Besides, I recall you saying the sort of drudgery was beneath you. He's a weaponsmith, for crying out loud. Whatever rusty old cheap knife you found in that coffin ain't for waging war. It isn't? It isn't? Little detail must have gotten locked away behind the seal. I suppose I have to content myself with slicing a vegetable or two. They have no idea, Barley. I reckon it's time we celebrated the bleeding. I reckon it's time we celebrated the bleeding job all done. Let's get the rest of the rum off the ship. That's his payment. Before I get blind drunk, let me remind you, with my tools imbued, I won't be needing any more D-materia. Even if you want a different weapon enhanced, Arcanite, that's all you need for Gatcha. Phantom weapons for other jobs can now be obtained by exchanging records of Arcanite with Dodo Cooley in the Phantom Village. The mythical, fantastic Guillotine Penumbrae. Each relic and step is an achievement. Alright. Phase 2, the stuff they added this patch. Keeping the old ways alive. Logicel appears to be somewhat perturbed. Hello, adventurer. Perhaps you've heard, but the surveyors are stuck in a vein of new mystery ore out in the field. According to Geralt, it might be crucial for enhancing the Phantom weapons. Shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, though. The surveyors need time to unearth the amount we need. While they're off swinging pickaxes, I figure we ought to put our thinking caps on. But a solid plan, the old endeavor's liable to fizzle out so much of an errant thinker. Not that Geralt's been doing much more than moaning about the lack of rum in the Isle. Maybe earning a doubt about his capacity for feats of genius, bruise his pride, and spur him into action. The current quest of keeping old ways cannot be abandoned via the journal. If you should do so, you have to speak with Lysel. Especially business attendant, let me keep you. That's very weird that we had to do it through him. Without any bleeding materials, there's not much that even his God's-given hands can do. Besides, the most pressing concern right now is sounding up another drop or two of them. That women build rather be damned. Decrying the current lack of resource, Geralt seems fixated on his unending quest for drink. Attempt to spur his action by expressing your doubt of abilities. You question Geralt. Losing faith at Geralt, are you? I'll furnish you the finest weapons ever graced the battlefields. You have to go down to me. Yep. And he's giving us a lot of relics. Listen, me hands might be idle, but my mind sure ain't. I've been thinking and drinking in equal measures. That's a lot of thinking. I had quite the idea for an enhancement process, as a matter of fact. Let me ban this boss first. Oh. Self-proclaimed author. Right. Created only 5 days ago. Let me get a drink. Charge my watch because it's been on all day. 30%.
Excuse me.
Alright. I had quite the idea for the enhancement process, matter of fact. Everyone's staring. God, who am I kidding? I got nothing but a vague notion. And the closer I get to figuring out, the further it seems to slip out of my reach. It's like chasing a bleeding phantom. Good thing we're in the Phantom Village. By the sounds of it, you've been doing a damn sight more than drinking than thinking. Shakes his head. Listen, I just need a nudge in the right. I just need a nudge in the right direction. That's all. We need the ore now, right? How about that old little fella with the blunt knife? He could be worth a shot. The archive does seem to be a bit well-versed in all kinds of strange techniques. I'll go fetch him. So now he wants to fix the knife. Let's see this sharp knife. Yes, they were not a Tomberry, but they were cursed to become a Tomberry. You seek inspiration for the next phase of your weapon enhancement process. It just so happens FGZ's involvement in developing these phantom weapons chipped away at the seal of knowledge. Recall a stone tablet in my possession that once belonged to the master artisan in the 5th Astral Era. In short, it's a veritable treasure trove of ancient crafting techniques. Perhaps it will prove beneficial to your endeavors. I guess I could be the sole successor of all that knowledge. Think of the feats of genius I'd achieve applying them long-lost methods to the bygone era. Yeah, who needs vague notions when you got ancient wisdom to hand? That struck the fire, did it? Of course, as it bloody well did. Rowena and her cronies might be lining their pockets with me rightful compensation. As always. That little smirk of a stare. But that thrice-damned harpy can't lay claim to me God's given talent. Except as he keeps owing her money with his heavy drinking debts. The main joke with him too, especially since the first relic, is he's literally in Gridania outside, making tea kettles, as many as he can so he could pay his drinking debts. Can you tell us a little more about this techniques recorded on this tablet? The inscription concerns etheric infusion. It's a method for imbuing weapons with highly concentrated energy and using the vessels known as aether wells as a conduct. Wind, water, fire, and earth aspect aether wells are required to complete the process. So now we gotta do the fates after that. I believe the surveyors recently unearthed 4 such vessels. Alas, their reports indicate they were quite devoid of residual energies. Yep. In that case, they must be saturated with aether anew. This is usually achieved by sequestering the orbs in places of high etheric density for several years, but I happen to know a more expedient approach. The aether wells can be recharged in the heat of ceaseless battle. Simply carry them into the fray and they'll absorb the aether diffused from combat. A far quicker and albeit infinitely more grueling prospect. And much funner. You can do that. That sounds like too bleeding familiar. But what's a few more foul beasties to consummate the adventure, eh? Tell you what, I'll coat these aether wells a solution to boost their absorption rate. That should help speed things up. Actually, is that a girl? Yeah, it is. She's wearing a bra. That is a Lala girl. I'd be more than happy to formulate the solution once the necessary ingredients are available. Hint, hint. All I need is a liquid metal with decent etheric conductivity, some sort of binding agent, and a pure psychosensitive substance. Only trouble is we don't have any of that in this blasted rock. All three things. I recall hearing about such wares in the Pelu Pelu associate of mine. I mean, serves Ronek glue should suffice as a new binding agent. While expensive, because it'd be the 600 ones, I've seen that for sale in the markets to Liolo, so it shouldn't be too difficult to procure. Next, I'm just seeking out a chunk of Utomu Ceridite. Metal deposits contain that persist in liquid state even in low temperatures. Owing to their scarcity, samples tend to be fetching a high price. That just leaves the psychosensitive substance. Dark matter to be ideal, but the pure stuff impossible to find. We're better at crafting a synthetic substitute and getting ours to do the job for you. Pretty varieties, all told. Either way, you sure have no trouble acquiring what you need. Please present yourself to Geralt once you have all 5 ingredients in hand. So some stuff in the markets and something I gotta buy offhand. Details on each ingredient be noted in your journal. Ronek, seek a trader in the markets to Tuiolo. Macerodite, seek a Yaktel trader who deals in precious stones. That's that material. 3 varieties of dark matter, crafting using a relevant recipe or purchase from the markets. Should you choose to craft the synthetic dark matter, you'll need to have to obtain the master recipe 12 tomes from the Disciples of Hand. Ooh. So yeah, it's going to cost a bit of money. Synthetic dark matter alpha, beta, and gamma. Of course, it's not something. Oh, I can craft beta. But I need all these damn materials. Difficulty 5,000, durability 35. Ooh, yeah. Well, we just have to craft it. We don't need it to be high quality. That was the killer stuff in the original stuff. They had to be high quality. Alright, so... RP. Wife. Mother. Sister. Sassy. Protective. Caring. Okay. Zarkic bottoms of aiming while wearing the Moscow tights of aiming. Newish Guardian top of aiming. Alright, so someone here from the market. Let's look at the left. Keeping the old ways alive. Holy fuck. Alright. Oh, we got the money. Alright, so... at 1312. Broken loincloth, the lightning body. Next vendor. Throw glue, alright. Yeah. There's one thing of Ronet glue. 300,000. Fixed price. Reagent. Derived from a Ronet hide, this thick glue is prepared using Daimon Hetsero techniques. Restricted item. Appears only for this. That's one glue. Alright, fuck it, let's head to the market board. We can buy the other three. Well, since we're here, we could check the... Hey, the white mage booty miniskirt. Female, male. Augmented Healer's Culottes. The Fella Shawl. Yep, so short it doesn't cover the front at all. And half the ass is sticking out. Put the market board over there. Synthetic. Dark matter alpha, beta, gamma. Let's see how much are these worth. Polygon down in price. 150k. Beta. Gone down ever so slightly, 190k. Gamma, 190k also. That's 900k I've spent already on this relic. And the last one, we gotta go talk to the Pelu Pelu. That's the front view. And chunk of Utomu. Ultomo Ceridite. From the Anyaktel. Oh, Yaktel is not here. No sheer fake progress is necessary. Alright, so feel free to talk or add me. Have a good day. At the very least, we could start the last step for the relic. For the current patch. And there it is. One new item. Utomu Ceridite. Fragment of raw meteorite found in the lush forests of Yaktel. Alright, synthetic dark matter alpha. The artificial photosensitive compound is both highly pure and highly unstable, rendering it useless in all but a handful of applications. Same for beta and gamma. And the meteorite. Alright. Back to the city, and back to the Phantom Village. I have 2 brain cells, and they're fighting for third. Another mini skirt. A coat, loincloth, and or short sleeveless vest. If Lucia won't conjure itself out of thin air, bring me the ingredients that we need. One of each will be plenty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nicely done. Thumbs up. Not Death Stranding. Alright, allow me a moment to prepare the ingredients. Crafting those ingredients have been right pain in the arse, but the effort will pay dividends when we go out there slaying beasts with a pack full. Wait, exactly where I'm standing. This is complete. Now to glaze the Aether Wells. We don't even know what these aether wells look like. They're balls. With this coating applied, the vessels will absorb aether generated in battle at an increased rate. Alright, that's the easy part out of the way. Now get the bleeding things filled. I took a little time at the look at the flow filler's tablet. As far as I could tell, we're on the right track of achieving etheric infusion. We just need those bleeding vessels filled with aether. Aether everywhere. My son's been poring over the archive's stone tablet. Appreciate you. All the help in gathering the ingredients. With that out of the way, we're ready to start filling those aether wells. I've been inspecting the tablet in the archive handed down, and it says lightly pure aether gets concentrated during battle. You reckon if you'll be getting the aether wells filled when he's out roaming the isle? Mika tells me the local ambient aether is too unstable. We'll have to try our luck elsewhere. In fact, you'd be better off casting your net far and wide. Don't confine yourself to scrapping at one location. Hint, hint. There is a fiend in the realm will know peace. Business as usual then. Exactly. Just keep doing what it is you adventurers do, and all of those vessels will be filled up in no time. Right. You best take the aether wells. At the liberty of slowing them into a makeshift contraption for your convenience. Aether well array, if you will. Once you get stuck in, it'll take a gander at each of those wells and see how much aether stored in them. Aether wells acquired. Phantom weapon. There we go. 0 of 10,000 energy. Completing duties, we had the duty roulette will garner different aspect of aether depending on the category chosen. Using aether well array to gauge how much aether you accumulate. Once per day, your endeavors will generate additional aether bonus, so be sure to tackle plenty of duties and read the rewards. Duty roulette categories you have already completed prior to accepting this quest will not generate additional bonus for today. Eligible to receive the bonuses reset by 11 AM Earth time. So a good thing we have not done our daily. Please note that the current quest Aether Area cannot be abandoned via the journal. You should do so you speak to Gerald. If the archive's right, battle means the quickest way to get them aether wells filled. Alright, right hardship to be sure, but a wager felling scores of foul beasties, and it's all a day's work for you. Still need a poop. Cigarettes. Right. Let's try on the gear. Even though it's gonna get replaced shortly. Now try on. That looks better. You look acro for those who come after. We're in the to be thought. Starting to see swimsuit when she should be wearing her dancer? No, mechanist. Alright, enough of that. She's from Mateus, but she's visiting here. Alright, so let's look at... Is it a key item? There you go. 8 the Well Array. High level duty roulette. Alliance raids. Normal raids. And trials. All the stuff I normally do except for the... No ERP, out of character. People Watcher. Cross-server traveler is a mistake. Our Eastern Socialite skirt, that is that. Mask and drape top. And she changed to the Ferio Kama. And her street top. Not a bad looking sword. Currently our other weapon is stronger though. He's doing says Shasta. Heart Tell. Legs don't matter because there's not what she's wearing. I don't worry at the bottom because she's wearing the Gaia attire. No, Edamon got him healing. Looks almost like the Gaia attire.
Damn it. That's right. I'm gonna go switch that school over here. Look who I got. Can't.
One sec, buddy. Any red dots?
Okay.
Is that one stack of red? Yep. You got Orphe.
still building on, not quite done yet. It takes me forever to look for up.
Nice, congrats. Number 2 on the list, really? It's been, I guess, the time of the day and people working on Faith and other stuff, so.
Did you see it before I click on?
Funny, I wouldn't have said who it was if I didn't see it.
I got the icon on. So I shut up my finger to making me large.
Bunny, I wouldn't have known who it was if I didn't look at it, Bunny. Alright, where's the repair person? Or actually, we already repaired. Alright, now we can go back to doing normal things.
Let me know your list. I can't do this again.
Bunny, how would I know who it was if I didn't watch, Bunny? I literally said who it was. Bunny, do you listen to what I'm saying at all? How would I know who it was if I didn't see who it was?
The butter got too.
I literally said that you got Orphe, means I saw her. That you got her, meaning I saw what you shared. How could I know who it was if I didn't look, Bunny? Oh, this trial? Wow. Bunny, you gotta think sometime. I can't do it all for you. Literally an entire party full range. Only me and the other tank have to be in front of it. Eddie just lagged out from being inactive for so long. He literally just lagged out from not being on for I don't know how long. $6:45. That was much quicker. We have time to do the roulettes, but... Oh, this...
Let's begin, shall we?
And now we just came back here.
Can the challenger defeat the wolf in his own lair?
I wonder if you can keep up.
Getting the Chimera
It
fight
is as if there's a pack of him.
and the 50 relic wounds, which is just a really fast move.
A stylish evasion.
Yeah, we're
I do like toying with my prey. Can't you fend off a pack of wolves?
I think you're basically absorbing the Aether, so I guess it makes sense if it lasts a little longer that...
With the one that we were talking about. The progress.
My troop! The earth
Yes,
is
we-
mine to command!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just based on the difficulty itself that's like the main factor, so like if it's a 90, it's a stronger fight, so it should generate more Aether. Because that's what it seems, that will make more sense. It's like, it's a harder fight, so it should generate more Aether than a weaker fight. Regardless of how much longer it takes or not. But
Not bad. But we've scarcely begun.
people are also better geared, so even though like this part is like fairly quick, it's actually still going pretty fast.
Bear my biting wings!
The light matrix are lower. There we go. I already broke the shield. 25% health.
Still you stand. How delightful!
I almost forgot like, oh yeah, let's see the rules and all this, if we haven't done it in a while.
Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Oh, where did that colossal thing come from? He's put the Colossus to the sword!
And we'll be fine here.
They're not out of the
And
fight
each other tank is also remembering that this is a two-person tank buster that you can still survive solo, but like it's just also a lot of extra damage you don't need to take.
You're mine! Pack of wolves!
Like in the beginning, it probably would have did that more, but now it's just kind of.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Shield already broken. The top wings and the shield. I think yeah, if they use a shield, they can't do anything else. They have to sit there and take the hits to reduce it.
Try this!
Same thing across.
Oh no! That was too much for the Challenger!
2, 3.
The Challenger, rise it again! Let me turn this around.
I only use like one fairly two cooldowns. This way, so yeah, the other one's falling in the safe spot. Also, I usually stand to the side because normally barely in the safe spot. This one always is. Yeah, I was solo on that one, but like, this one's not too bad, especially like with the better gear, you're also taking just less damage overall.
If you use like your very big cooldown,
But that's also the stronger shield, and I get back 25% health when I get hit anyways, so I'm not in a good spot. So it worked out.
You're mine!
Ah. That's too much in the front.
Pack of wolves!
It's all over. Until next time.
And no song.
Those are so many points they give you. There's the daily one and there's the one for the entrances.
It was like weird that I didn't notice it on the other trial. That was like
Oh, you have to actually look at that.
614, which is about what I got at the other end.
But you actually have like 800.
So a little,
800 is actually good because normally you get like about 700.
yeah, because yeah, that was just only from the a trial bonus.
On
but
average, you should get like around 700. It's like you do like the lower stuff, so like if you get like weeklies, then you'll probably get like around 700. But if you get Crystal Tower, you probably best get them. Because also there's just a little bit of baby.
Let's see. Cancel that one. The other one's high level, right?
It's high level. It's
Figure that one will pop sooner.
what we want to do alliance soon because it seems like the later it is, a lot of these just need to Crystal Tower.
Alright, this.
You would think it's almost like Shadow Link instead of like you do.
It was like the longer you take maturing the egg, the more butterflies that start to spawn.
Right. Looks like this dungeon just like start optional one, so like it doesn't
Yeah,
have that much.
it was one of the first or second ones that were kind of optional that they added.
Item level requirement is that high. It's that's not sync. So it's like pretty much a cap with each bench. So there are some dungeons like that where you're actually synced to the item level synced for it.
I think we're just taking... Yeah, from the moment we got hit. That's what that was. Incur lots of healing. Yeah. Right. I was already standing in it. Yep. Glory! Same day, 15 minutes. Yeah, I think it'll take 15 minutes to get to the end. Seven.
The 7 one is a good thing. That's
And Alliance. Let's see, next one is Leap of Faith. We probably won't even get to do that. Do crafty materia 3. Those actually sell. Okay, 465, that's not too bad. High quality cobalt alloy ingots. Rivals not joining back, so quite the standard party. It's your Jiggle Daddy. It's a cat boy. Hey, perfect. 79. Second one. Ah, shit, we need 789. If true, they actually hit no because it didn't expire in time. 2 DPS, heal, 1 DPS. Ah, we got the Tactics Raid. Orborn Monastery. Literally the first stage that you had to come back to. $50. Oh, stupid Cypress Tower! But this is a world of darkness. Depends on how well you.
next?
Final one to do.
I see you.
Good, because we're fighting the heroes.
This is the final testament.
You're in the realm of the Templars. Next step.
The bell of youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy? torrent of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel.
Your sword's like a very nice.
Seven shadows torn, seven fates foretold. Path like death, and death alone! The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much? To your quest, where Avelia awaits.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Iblis. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sinolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here. The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed. I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. 7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold, yet at the end of the broken heart lies death, and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching. Misfortune hangs heavy on the head once held high, such as poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. Succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Holy is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell. holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the
In the beginning, we were like years in the beginning.
Come, show me more. Escape is not so easily granted. Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Piteous display. They who dwell aloft have spoken, and their words echo in the empty soul. Ruination is come! Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. Defenses quite impenetrable. The clouds have parted, and the skies cleared. It is time I bade you farewell.
We missed this, I said before.
For ball.
You shall rule the dead. You raised eyes to the heavens.
And so many people were so happy that it wasn't a Cypress Star or anything like that. And like two people just disconnected or left immediately as it started in another line.
Kneel before me.
Yeah,
And it's also so yeah, it's quick, but it's like extremely boring.
Your
It's the same
very
thing over and
soul
over again.
shall not escape my wrath.
Second one does. The second one has the win. The first one doesn't have it. That's the one thing that tricks people. Once they start summoning this, then it now has a win, it'll shift from one. Plus the chaos phase, like the Thornton fight, where it's like you have to dodge all the things, then it's like something extreme. I know that. Water one's easy. See where the dots are.
Denizens of Magus, from ink of Blackest Night, I summon.
This is big of the one that's gonna yeah, usually it mixes it up, but that one like actually the entire row of
From ink of Blackest Night, I summon.
that's all someone actually called it.
Defiance.
Now the chaos phase from just like the Thornton Extreme, I just dodge all these random attacks. Nice and small, the dodge. Yeah, but usually the small one like that, you're supposed to stack them. There's like one or two other things that are not. Every other time you're supposed to stack them. No, tsunami.
Bear your steel. Sinner is the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence.
Ultima, the High Sarah.
Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not die. God.
25% health die rate, take that down. CMMP tactical takedown. And ransack.
Few can claim to have endured the light of my will. Denizens of this, from ink of Blackest Night, I summon.
Either win, so you have to get on the...
Kneel before me.
typically does win. It's just mainly that first one that it does.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
Yeah, that one shifts the powers too, so
Kneel before
it usually always shifts it from that one
I
disc.
see that where it actually
Because normally I see it shift from the right to left. That's usually the way I see it. Impacting.
denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
To actually like get my MP and all those other abilities back there. Originally the sync pipe is not really possible. People are down. Yeah, they can't let it break yet. Well, they could if they did it fast enough. Once you get to a certain percent. Did hit her. Bombs.
Kneel before me.
Yeah, it did hit her at least with one of them.
I see it now. In you.
Yeah, like she was stuck out the 1%. Actually remembered all the Orlando attacks, that's the one thing, but it kind of makes it obvious based on the angles of the sword. Nope, I still don't have the ramp.
like, oh, which
71. And I need this song.
But I found I had it where like I think because like something happened like on the part where we get to basically have like the 3 mini boss ads. Like the limit break, like Theater Alliance is like one or two of the tanks got down, the computers also went down.
May finally get the Ramza. Definitely not gonna get that song.
And then I had to actually tank the Orlando, as they call it, tanks.
Nope, I didn't get the Ramza. Got the gloves. Songbird set. Oh, period strips. Songbird. Probably worse.
That should be worse too, so maybe a bit more since it's the
Worst
later
one,
stuff.
wow. Surprised it's still going on. Alright, so let's do another time.
The daily bonuses are usually very consistent.
And the Alliance, yeah, 961. Says it was a 70 also.
I think it also takes longer also. It's because it's the later 71 also.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like it's just based, it's scaled down difficulty, so the higher the level, the more difficulty it should be, so it should give you more points. Kind of like the light system, but the light system is just kind of random. At this time for 2 hours, this would be with a highlight or low light, medium, average light.
But like the dailies consistent. They have very simple. So what the one you get,
Plenty of time. So far.
Notifications.
Alright. What were we looking at? What was our final score? Of all these freaking rules. And the alliance wide rules. So 500 gil. 860 bonus. $860 and the bonus 101. Before we log off. Oh yeah, we'll do like. For this week, we can do that real quick. Pack of fillet. Hold on now. 5 50. Just a little cold. Vertically. Could be good enough. 5.
dress though. Grandma sugarcoat. Say hi. Oh, only 4 of us. You, Jimbo, come on down. Right into it. Oh well. No. Ah. Already? Already? That was fast as fuck. That was a run. Apparently.
Because you can kind of like put the camera vertically and kind of move it together, but even though it's not one of the quality.
Alright. We have time, maybe we'll do ZZ story, but probably not. We have less than an hour or so. So great. Sadistic Dom Femboy. Selling quartz. Acquired. The sex for hire. We'll hit B2 trousers. Tour jacket.
go ahead with Genshin. We need like 2 minutes probably to get the last drop. I don't think we'll get to start this tonight, but it'll be nice if we did. But as I mentioned before, I don't think I mentioned it yet on stream. Tomorrow, our hospital will be doing a nice fundraising and recruiting event at Flynn's Arcade up in Margate. So anyone here in South Florida is welcome to join in. So we'll spend much of the day in the arcade. So we shall be out. We probably won't be here in time for the roulette, but we'll see. So many cute girls. See a bit of hairs here that are not mine. Alright, Genshin. Sarah, god damn it. Okay, we're a monster. Any fucking things here, because we never see for some reason we never see those blossoms anymore in Naflin. The one time I saw them, they were in the area for Veressa that I never even fucking looked at. For some reason, there are no blossoms in Naflin. Look, there's one there. That's like the first one in so fucking long. Go ahead and burn the bullshit stamina first.
Show me your courage!
Try and stop me! Incinerate! That was quick.
Out of the way or get blown
Take me
away!
up!
Don't mind if I do. Let's do this then!
Locked on! Knock him down. Yeah! Rise with the sun!
Yeah, I'm good. Yes, you are.
One condensed resin for 3 times the reward, which honestly, like my brother said, is much faster. Alright, continue more this way for the next one. Just burn 2 condensed resin and then just basically craft it back up, and there's the daily resin.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of me! Pyroclastic surge!
The wrong test subject. Another test subject.
Full throttle!
And her boobs really jiggle too in her ult animation. Just like her ass really jiggles when you slam down with the greatsword.
Alright, let's finish
Who
this
said you could live?
fast. Go. Yeah, that was quick.
Alright, what? Alright, so our days again are in Mondstadt. Or at least one of them are? Okay. We got him on Ice Mountain today.
Nice and cool. Natland doesn't have places like this.
Light it up!
I can't help that feel it's an assassination tip. Don't overlap when you bring them to the fucking desert. Yeah, the double attack just fucking killed it.
Let's fly!
For the Harbinger!
Get to work!
Here comes trouble.
Rise with the sun!
I will end you. This isn't good.
Show no mercy! Locked on! Open fire!
Wow, one burst shot just destroyed him. Character count going. Ascension limit increase.
Masterless Stella of Fortune.
Oh, my hair? Don't worry, these are friendly flames. They won't burn you or incinerate anything. Although I think our enemies will find that it's a bad idea to play with fire, if you know what I mean. You may not have realized this, but your ancient name, Tumaini, will have a significant impact on Natlan for years to come. When future generations speak this name, they'll think about this battle and the efforts of all our heroes. Our names, Tumaini and Kiongozi, are now linked and will live on in perpetuity.
Of the vision.
For humans, visions and ancient names are both gifts from the gods, where the former bestows elemental power and the latter spiritual inspiration. However, I have always believed that no external factor is a condition for greatness. Heroism comes from within. Shilonen is one of the best craftsmen in Natlan. She has the ability to forge ancient names and is well-versed in secret source technology. Not to mention, she never backs away from a challenge, even when it's completely uncharted territory. The process isn't without twists and turns, like design changes and other modifications, but the results speak for themselves. Many people find her strange or difficult to get along with, but this is how I see it. Seatlolly doesn't concern herself with trivial matters, but she's always there when it counts. I'm sure you've seen that for yourself. She's someone who can easily tunnel vision and get herself embroiled in trouble, so I try to keep certain things from her, but she can see right through me. She's too sharp. Being able to survive under the influence of abyssal corrosion was already a miracle. But thanks to the people and saurians of this land, she even found a reason not just to survive, but to live. I have every faith in her fortitude, but I will still do what I can to make this land a gentler place. Even the strongest among us need a break sometimes. In my opinion, Auroron's true personality is very different from what he projects on the outside, like lava covered in ice. His tribe and his friends bring him peace, but his drive to protect them and his need to become a hero leave him restless. It's inadvisable to act on impulse, but these are precious qualities all the same.
Yansan, being targeted. Short little girl in the miniskirt.
A lot of people underestimated Yansan during her first 2 pilgrimages after receiving her ancient name, and singled her out during the team stage as an easy target. Even though she never lost, the constant challengers drained her stamina and affected her ranking, which only made people more likely to target her. My advice to her was this: people are less likely to mess with someone whose strength is undeniable, so all she needed to do was to prove it. Well, she decided to do just that by, challenging me in the arena. Yeah, I definitely didn't see that coming. In the end, she put up quite the fight, and no one underestimated her again.
Mualani.
In terms of personality, Mualani and Tupac are completely different, and yet both inherited the name Umoja. Unity lies not in a particular action, but in a state of mind. A willingness to give your all for your nation, family, and friends. But I doubt Mualani was thinking about any of that back then. She knew one thing to be true: that Kachina's life was worth any risk to her own. In addition to the turn fire, Malipo has another meaning: cost or price. It may seem less overtly heroic compared to the other ancient names, but in truth, Malipo teaches us to be calm and analytical, to ask the questions people may not want to hear. Without people who possess these qualities, it's just too easy for the rest of us to act on impulse and emotion, and make decisions we'll come to regret.
Kachina.
After you rescued Kachina from the Night Kingdom, I visited her family with Chief Pakal. and brought a few gifts to once again apologize for what happened. Kachina's time in the Night Kingdom left her with many scars she will have to carry into the future. Scars she should never have had to bear. And for that, the fault is mine.
Marissa.
During the pilgrimage, I cover all the expenses at the Weary Inn, and without fail, there's always an order for a party tray for 80. I used to assume it was someone ordering for a large group of friends, but as it turns out, Marissa ordered it all for herself.
Food for a party of 80. Yep, and there was a backstory about that.
The truly great doctors often possess vast medical knowledge as well as great communication skills. And when the patient and the doctor do not speak the same language, observation and empathy become even more important. That's why Aoife can make friends with just about anyone. Suffice it to say, if someone is on bad terms with Aoife, human or Saurian, I doubt the problem lies with him. For him, I suspect the past 500 years felt endless. When someone is deprived of death, life becomes a journey with no end, and the human spirit easily grows weary. And yet, he managed to seize the only chance of victory to arrive at the end he sought all along. I have great respect for warriors like him. To be quite honest, you likely know them better than me. However, their nations continue to survive and thrive to this day, and that would be impossible without strong leadership. Once this chapter of Natlan's history comes to a close, I plan on strengthening our relationship with other nations, so that Natlan can continue to grow. She left a very positive impression. When she first arrived in Natlan, I heard that she had a great deal of interest in our hot springs, and spent quite some time studying their properties. But it wasn't for profit. She was interested in their role in improving mental health. Such a pure cause deserved our support and respect. Speaking of which, is it true that the current Archon of Inazuma enjoys hot springs as well? If that's the case, I believe I've found a good starting point for our next conversation. Nice and cool.
Alright, go back to this. 3 is over here, 4 is over there.
Open fire! Locked on! Hold on to your hats. Light it up!
I can hand you, I'll blow parts at you. They still die. More we already destroyed both towers. Springvale. Kind of Funny how you can just cheat and like, oh yeah, we'll just
Let's fly!
teleport over.
Get to work! Life goes on. Flight.
Open fire!
Locked on!
This area. Just crab, ham, and veggie bacon. Alright, bullshit daily done. Have to log in tomorrow and Sunday.
Add Ast. Add Ast. Thank you for Add Astra Abbott.
Oh, go away.
Gosh.
Realm currency, we should visit our crackpot.
This realm. If you ever...
We will never have questions for you. Alright, this game's done. Some events ending soon that we have not even bothered to look at what it is. YouTube go offline. We haven't logged in, so let's do our polls. Some poll I have to do the story, but not tonight. Version correction, 127 megabytes.
Energizing combo set. Hearty noodle board. Energizing combo set. Hearty noodle board.
Oh yeah, bamboo logins. Let's see, booty. You're Denny Glorious. Ah. We'll pull after we get our It's been 5 days since we logged in here. How do they have no fucking energy when they literally haven't done anything? Few days line show that we do that Sunday, I guess. Few defense rewards. Gain 1800 Denny's. That's a weird specific trial, but okay. Alright, for the one we wanted to do now. Morphe.
And I guess Magnus. We have literally no pity. And nothing. No guarantee either. $16 days. 16 days for her event. Problem Soldier Boot Camp. We gotta do this crap too. Frontline. Anna in your lap. Alright. We have enough for almost 70 pulls. And how much for the... Oh, we do have that much. 70, we have about 82 pulls. Yeah, from all the last pulls. The one character I have wanted. Orphe.
What game are you talking about?
The only game that has Orphe, Bunny. I literally just said her name, Orphe. Yep. 1 4-star in the 9th spot. Alpha. Arrow. Cobalt, the new one. %. Bravo. Plenty Luna. Another Plenty Luna. And who do we get?
The word lose doesn't exist in my dictionary. There's only haven't won yet.
Revolver. Looks like he is, even though I never pulled for anything with him.
Yeah, Minecraft. I really had it maxed out.
Nope. Now in the 8 slot. This %. Cobalt. Arrow. Another arrow. Nova Luna. Arrow again. I actually had to get rid of some of these because I actually had a lot too. Mark 3.
I'm here to win. No matter what it is, I will win it all.
You seen her little booty shorts? We have her maxed out already. In her torn, cut up booty shorts. But most girls that cosplay her have like this white fluff on their legs and stuff too. Like, same thing for what's her name? And Hatchet. From Nicole. Alright, so that's another 2 extra pulls. $30. Nope. 4-star again in the 8 slot. Bravo. Revolver. Alpha. Mark 1. Nova Luna. Nova Luna again. Mark 3 and...
An honored guest just arrived.
Literally Lucy.
Allow me, Lady Lucy, to entertain you.
Bravo and Cobalt. $8 and 60 pity. Look. Ooh, 3 4-stars. Mark 1, Mark 2. Mark 2. Original Transmorpher. Can't remember who gets that one specifically. So Luna.
An honored guest just arrived.
Lucy.
Allow me, Lady Lucy, to entertain you. I'm here to win. No
And
matter
Lucy.
what it is, I will win it all.
Mark 1. Lost a date night for Lucy. And another Charlie. Oh, finally a Charlie. That's the one we're missing with the set.
Okay, you know, order so we can go faster, at least so we don't want to skip it.
Yeah, but I don't want to skip it.
We just order the button for faster.
Now it's in the 5 slot, I think. 6. Hatchet. That's why I'm pressing X to speed it up.
Anton, head of Bellabog Industries construction
I'm
team.
not skipping
at
it.
your
I'm
service.
holding it to go faster. I'm pressing it to go faster. I'm not skipping it. Another Anton. Revolver. Well, we can leave that back on the throw this other one when I finish it. Or you can add it to that. Base. Another base. Mark 3. Bravo. And Alpha. So we have almost a 10 pool already for extras. 40 left, 3 for something. We only have one 10 pull guarantee left. So we gotta dive into the extra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's gonna make us go to max pity more likely. Charlie. Nice time.
It didn't take the max today.
Whatever that one is. Mark 2. Bravo. Mark 1. Mark 2. Hopefully you finish chain? No. There we go. Revolver. Nova Luna. Now these are just the basic one. Support. So 110 pull before we gotta go into the extras. And doesn't look like it. Nope. Starting out from 0 pity, no guarantee. 1, 2, 3, 4 4-stars. Like almost, but not quite. 1. Nova Luna.
I'm here to win. No
Another
matter
pull,
what it is,
Lucy.
I will win it all.
The vault. Alpha, like I already had Anton maxed out, so I got a few of him to get extra pulls. Revolver.
Esteemed proxy,
Letter
good
Lucy.
day. You may call me Lady Lucy.
Revolver.
Ready for duty. Anytime.
Who should be also maxed out. That's a lot of 4-stars. $68, but I'm pretty sure I have enough for that. So 20 and 9.
Yeah, like it took me like at 7. Gavin. Up.
I could force the max pity. Give me something. And something. on the last plate. So 10 for max pity. 1 4-star. Reflection. Arrow. Lenny Luna. Reflection. No Luna.
The word lose doesn't exist in my dictionary. There's only haven't one yet.
Charlie and one more. Descrescent. Letter one.
Knew you'd need my help.
And it was of course Nekomata. But that's her first constellation.
Oh man, that's it.
Yeah, 14 because oh yeah, they give you 2 for the 5-star right every time.
Yeah, because we 5.
That's all super slow and 1, 2 4-stars. The Ben's weapon takes a moment.
The word lose doesn't exist in my dictionary. There's only haven't one yet.
Mark 2, Mark 3. Percent. Hey, Luna. Arrow. Hatchet. Reflection. I got a mail for Shuyu Defense Reward.
I think if you've done at least like the previous 3, because I think like it was already refreshed or is about to refresh.
So I have for 6.
Because you may get a few hundred.
6.5. Yeah, because that's why I saw like the mail. It was like a.
I think it's about to. If they haven't already.
Yeah, this seasonal. Some seasonal, I guess, version of it.
So you don't actually claim it as a gift to reward.
Alright, I'll do it just in case. But we'll have to do the actual events.
We'll give you enough, I think the monthly shop that happens soon.
Oh yeah, I already did the pulls because I already did the pulls for Seed. And the bank 2 pulls that has its own separate currency. Why not? Let's go. Check real quick.
It's easier to do with the other. But I just use like the right direction, but just go straight.
Yeah, it's kind of weird having 2 ways to do the thing.
Right. Claim those.
Yeah, it's 180, so it's a little bit more.
Just reset.
There's some new reward I saw in the on the other one too. They had it on the.
I think it's probably the trials.
In Honkai, had I guess it gives some points sometimes for doing certain things.
Honkai also has the PSN. Yeah.
So the 2. So 100 short for another one, so that's almost 8 pulls.
That's 6 for you have any standing pulls?
I might have spent them before in the other one, I think. I got some, so
yeah, you could
get more Maybe get another. Nothing here. 2 4 stars. 3 and 9. That's percent. Collection. I really like the flower ribbon. I've just kind of been occasionally doing it. It's just a really fast one. Billy's weapon. I don't know. That's
I think for this game,
Lucy's weapon.
the one that's going to end pretty quickly is
Charlie.
the HIA.
Yeah, there's one that's like 2 days.
Yeah, that's the
some
HIA
investigation
that
battle
one
ones.
is, like, you do some stages like the one I was doing the other day where it was just like
Andy of the Cunning Hares, in
Andy?
position.
you basically just do
A couple of battle stages and you
yeah.
get a.
And then like the specials on the replica.
Alright, so. Her. Two more 4 stars. 2 and 9. Bravo.
Welcome back, mister!
Pretty sure Corn is maxed out. Cobalt. Bravo. Alpha. I mean Cobalt. That's Charlie. Or Alpha again. Base. Peacekeeper Specialized. I think this is Seth's weapon. It becomes a shield. Yeah, it deploys as a shield in the front and this undeploys. Kind of like a break shield from Overwatch. And another Cobalt. That's about 9 pulls right there. Yeah, so that is the new one for that. Nope. And the 7 and the 6 and 8 slots. 2 4 stars. Revolver, Mark III. Arrow. Charlie. Mark III and the Bunny Band. On fit. Alpha and
Time
Piper.
to kick
She
back
should really be
and
maxed out.
chillax.
That's the only one I'm seeing today so far. Mark III. Yep, she's maxed out too.
It should be enough for her.
204, so enough for 1 10 pull. From just all duplicates. 2 and 80. Nope. 2 4 stars. 2 and 5. That's 4 and 1.
I, Anton, proudly hold the title of second best driller in the company!
So, collection. Arrow, Cobalt. Plenty Luna. See, this is why I wanted to pull for Orphe first, but since they put Seed first. Plenty Luna, Nova Luna.
If you actually lost on C, probably would have the guaranteed work. So after all that time, you'll say that
It didn't take that many to pull her, but like I said, that's why I wanted to pull for her first, and then if it was possible to pull for Seed. But they had put the other one first. So guarantee and 3 and 70. So with the events and stuff, it could be possible to get another 10 pull. They have some newer events.
you could probably get like at least 2 to 3 more, like the story and events. And
Yeah, 'cause
this one's a bigger priority that you should do, but everything else you haven't done.
Yeah, because I haven't done anything else.
This one's a new one. The other one, the agent story, I think, gives you quite a bit.
You got a lot of events. Yeah, good.
It doesn't take long.
Yeah, like that battle one is a very quick one. The other one can wait.
Morning, Mr. Rob. Can I have a latte, please?
That's what I mean. And this one we have story we gotta do too at some point, but not in a rush for it. Since we don't have a character or anything that we want to pull here. Another small patch in this one. Yep, it would be right here, but since we haven't done all the max stars in all 3 events once at some point, we don't have them. This is a bit too warm.
The Express is a bit too warm.
You could take off your sweater. Better
Makes
clothes.
my brain a little slow. Feels like I'm about to fall asleep.
First of all, on the sofa. The rest in March's room.
I don't want to cause her trouble. And the data babe. It hasn't been.
Seems to have fallen asleep. Standing up. How about she still turns to us and then still goes back to sleep? And Shepherd.
I just had quite an interesting conversation with Himiko and Mr. Yang. But that brown drink that Himiko makes?
It's not for everyone. What do you guys thought about? Explain more where that keep us. Not for everyone.
I'm not alone then. I'll be keeping a safe distance. Anyway, I learned a lot from them. I'm very grateful for that. Velibog's architects talk about the great deeds of Klapoth all the time. In our minds, Klapoth represents the single greatest power in the universe. But Himiko and Mr. Yang told me that Klapoth is far from the only Eon in the universe. For example, the enemies that invaded Velibog 700 years ago were emanators of a different Eon. I need to make sure the Silvermane guards are always at the ready. Himiko and Mr. Yang told me that I need to make sure...
Black Swan, which you'll see a lot of in the story. And a nice little tight tights. Anyone in the main car? Nice boy. What's so special about Pom Pom?
Where did the Express's conductor come from?
Too bad, I don't know either.
At first, I thought Pom Pom was like the pet the General used to keep. Snow Moon. You know, a cute mascot who's also a member of the family. Anyway, I soon realized that wasn't the case. Pom Pom has a strong presence on the Express. Really?
That's so, really?
You don't use a sword, so I guess you wouldn't feel the presence of a swordsman in front of you. But after one look at Pom Pom, I knew they weren't someone to be trifled with. I think they may be more masterful than myself. I should go and ask Pom Pom about it. Maybe I could pick up a few tricks.
He wants to spar with Pom Pom.
You don't use a sword, so I should go and ask Pom.
Yep, one more visitor. Curios on the
There are
Express.
quite a few curios on the Express that I've only seen in the catalogs. Oh, I'll need to see them up close
Miss Asta.
before I believe them.
Omni synthesizer? Phonograph?
Oh, I don't think that's a curio. It's amazing how many songs are stored in its library. Someone must have paid big money to get all the copyright issues sorted.
Nope. China would not do that.
Huh. There's something weird about that sofa over there. Well, how come it lets you sit on it, but not me? Perhaps it has its own set of authorization mechanisms, and only those it recognizes are permitted to sit on it. Interesting. I'll have to have a closer look sometime. Huh. There's some... How come it lets you sit? Perhaps. Interesting.
Right, enough of that. Alright, time for our dailies. Alright, we have some extra energy now, so... Right, that's typically the order. Effect hit rate, speed, and attack percentage. Effect hit rate body, but definitely a much better one than that shit. And speed feet. Go for regular. And I just did that for the weekly training crap. And now like Zarita is like half the extra bonus powers, like definitely buffs freaking Weaver's damage so much more. Like now that the boss even dies from the ult.
Have some sunshine! Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies! Show me the way! Your
He just flat
downfall
out
is
killed the one head.
absolute.
I was weakened by her.
Bye-bye!
336611 damage. Alright, Grand Duke is the follow-up set for Himiko. That still seems like crap. Yeah, alright. HP, headpiece. Whip effect, hit rate, and speed. That's a nice one.
Have some sunshine! Step onto the board. In the abyss's revels, your cries rise.
Fish dots.
Show me the way. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Have some sunshine. Your downfall is absolute. Right there.
He just killed the ads. What's the result? Grand Duke. HP. It is attack percentage, but that looks very fucking shitty. Oh, it's HP and effect resistance. That's a very shitty headpiece.
Show me the way. Step onto the board.
I don't know why the fish doesn't like to use the dock.
Have some sunshine!
Give us some more dock.
Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies! What I clear!
And she one-shot the wave. She one-shot the wave. 541,000 damage. Including the boss. All of them at full health. HP, defense, speed? That's an okay one. Alright. Attack percentage, speed. Break effect, that's could be useful for hands. No affect hit rate, but it's...
So make it wait! Victory now rests in my step onto the board. Don't let waves open your throat. Think with me. Your downfall is absolute. In the abyss's revels, your cries rise. Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. What I clear? Unscathed.
316,000 on that one alone. Alright, so HP, effect hit rate. We have one stat. It could be worse. Dot body with outgoing fucking healing boost. There's always a ridiculous one. Defense, crit rate, attack. I doubt any dot character uses fucking defense.
So make it wait. Step onto the board. Your downfall is absolute. Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies! What I clear!
400,000. That did more damage. Ooh, speed feet, but on the wrong person, but it's still not horrible. Crit rate, headpiece, HP defense is okay, but not really useful for anyone we have right now. Wait, why are these things backwards? This is the dot set, which is not for her, and this is the other spit set, which is not for Hyslins. That makes no fucking sense. This is backwards.
Have some sunshine! Don't be rash! Step onto the board. Your downfall is absolute. Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies! What I clear!
Two bodies. Crit rate. Crit damage. Both nice bodies, but the stats are lacking. Attack percentage and just HP. Or, yeah, it's actually showing the correct person now. And fucking HP body. With attack and crit wave, just not bad, but it's not for her. And the last one.
So make it wait.
Actually, we might have enough fun for a while. The Ritter got silenced.
Sync with me. Have some sunshine.
So Ritter's
Your
angry.
downfall is absolute. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Damage. Threat raised.
Such noisy
Suppress.
What I clear? Present Kaiba!
Yep, we have enough for a few more. Archduke, HP, crit rate, effect hit rate. Yes. Okay. Attack, HP, effect resistance. It's like, Yep, we have enough for 2 more. We actually started building our Trailblazer engine from now log in one day, but it's only at 8.
Your downfall is absolute. A bloody fight.
What I
Your downfall is
These
absolute.
are not even all people, but literally one shot the whole way. Double follow-up. Yeah, that was just overkill. Archduke, ooh. That's a very nice headpiece. Crit rate, crit damage, single attack. Effect hit rate body, but on the fucking Archduke set. It even has attack single and crit rate. Alright, thought. HP with crit rate and crit damage, but that doesn't really match her set.
Have some sunshine.
Would be nice for most other characters.
Step onto the board.
Alright, healer needs to heal. I got one of them, but then the ult didn't do it. Okay, we're fully set up.
Your downfall is absolute.
Right body with crit rate over crit rate, single attack, and effect hit rate. Keeps putting it on the wrong set. Crit rate, effect resistance, HP could potentially be useful, but no. Funny thing here, Pom Pom is basically the point, and it just heals us.
Good evening, everyone.
Alright, get the Odyssey. We can log in yesterday. Nothing urgent here besides the new Divergent.
Good evening.
Alright, so thank God for coming in and you're looking. Hope you have a good night. Be sure to check our socials so you can stay up to date on stream changes and read the random stuff we post. Who's on the raid, but first let's claim our last reward drop. Switch. 30J. That drop is done. Check in a second again. Email.
dangerous to move around. $11.37, so that's perfect on time. Alright. So who is on tonight? So just the collabs. Yeah, if they spend most of the day sleeping, then they're definitely going to be more active at night. Let's see. Pen letters is on. Pepper is on. She's full VTuber right now.
How was stream, buddy?
Seems to stay on this as stayed on the other one with Cypher and Vince and the Columbus.
After you. After this one.
That, a lot of the contents.